this ship down. But I blew the engine on this ship. So getting to that loot is frankly gonna take forever. I want the autopilot. Look, the engine's shut. I'm gonna have to repair it. So let's go. So badass. I love this game. So I've been meaning to read the quest objectives, or sorry, the quest text, because there's probably a lot of it. It probably explains the world of the Eve a lot better. Yay, level 5. Oh, my signet wore. Gonna go get signet. New ship. Really big fucking ship, too. Really big fucking ship. I can put a ton of stuff on it, probably. I'll have to, like, do the work of, like, reconfigurating it. But I mean, that's fine. Alright, so we're going to... We got a Valrune ship, which is cool. I got a new ship, which is fucking sweet. Let's go, like, you know, what's it called? Christian the ship and give it a name, and I'm gonna fill it with helmets and stuff and all this. I'm gonna make it my home ship. Let's go talk to Bab. She's a good state ship tech. I would like to restock my sky drops. My ship needs some repairs. I'd like to view and modify my ships. Cool, and this is our ship now. I would like to register, confirm. I would like to go into the shipbuilder and oops. Now, how do you change the name? This is a C-class ship. Fucking sweet. I want to do the shipbuilder and I want to fit I think I want to remove those and I want to go add and then the why can't I see those one things? Cargo hold. Shields, reactor hubs. It's not letting me mount the orbital stuff. Landing gear, fuel tanks, engines. It's weird, this ship won't let you fit the orbital drop stuff. I'm gonna leave this ship to tear apart. But I don't want to do that right now. I just want the ship. Yeah, I don't think this ship can fit those for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, it's odd. I don't think I can. That sucks. Well, I'm going to make my home ship back on the other ship. Because I don't want to mess with what works.
Editing on local. 7 lines 72 words 374 charts. Rat problem. Something just came up that's right up your alley. A short while ago, we had a huge problem with rodents that required us to hire in-army janitors. Now that the job's done, however, we need to reallocate these people to a place where they could be more effective. Take them to Art 8, Moon 11, Center for Advanced Studies School and drop them off for me.
beautiful. Wow. I have to go to the president's office, but that's still faster this way. I think? I mean, yeah, I think it is, yeah. Put on those things. I don't know. They're not working. I don't know. I got the robot. I like the rocket. I think it's a really cool idea. How many times are gonna reload? Motherfucker. Reload. I didn't realize I was being meleeed. Oh. should probably eat. I think I'm gonna sell all the resources for credits because I don't think I need to keep them. That's the only contraband, huh? Alright. I don't have any amp. Damn it. Let's kiss. Jesus. Gonna throw something on to cook, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, I suppose I should check my progress actually on E before I do that. Gonna go stir my dinner. Okay, my dinner is cooking. Oh, I meant to put the lid on it. Okay. I got Parmesan too, which is sweet. Stir my dinner. gonna let my dinner cool down. Let's do one more dungeon. That didn't hurt him. Come on. You know it's a car. Damn it. Fucking idiot. She killed him. I wish they would put the whole book. I mean, that's kind of insane. What? I just saved. Damn it. Corner mag shot, that might be good. Ooh, magazine. Ballistic weapons permanently do 5% more crit. Yeah. That's fucking awesome. $1,200 credits. Oops. Okay, I believe I'm going to kill the music in this game now. It was good, but enough of it. But I don't want that random sound either. Let's get you all set out to do what you should do. Set, add. Okay, set and add, yep. And I believe I will I mean, I feel like I should look around some more, but I mean, I feel like I got it all right. Man, there's a ton of shit in this place. This place is so big. Alright, this was good. Let's leave. Let's go to the next one. Rescue hostage, kill the outlaw captain. I wonder if you can abandon these quests. Kill that captain on the shot. Oh, Watchtower Corvettes. I'm gonna save and pause and leave the game here. And yeah. And yeah. Oh, no, I probably didn't put the stuff in my inventory, and then I will eat dinner. Crates of garbage. Great. Oh. I am going to... There we go. And, how's this doing? Nice, we're at 250k again. And I have 9 military ships. That's good. So, you are done with rank 2, so we go back to mines? Yeah, probably back to mines. And I will eat my dinner and watch a video. I'm just gonna stop here. Fuck it, I'll move forward in a minute. Or, well, she can walk while I'm getting my dinner. It's fine. Okay, and let's go see a video. Let's pick a video. Just let my dinner soak in its sauce and stuff. I have a beautiful gnocchi today. Young man claiming to be a Marine. Okay, I'm gonna go dish up my dinner. I'll be right back. this. These just bigger. Yeah. Okay. Tomorrow I'm gonna take like the first bit of the day off though, and I'm gonna like do all my laundry and clean all my house and do my dishes and stuff. It's gonna be a nice day. Take a little bit of time off and do some me time. Kanochi, excuse me. Man, she was hot. My God. I love America. Look. It's actual fucking people and not fucking suit dummy tools. Here's America. This is for La Raza. I bloody hate megaphones.
I need you to be out of here by 7:45, so you're not leaving by 8. I need you out of here by 7:45, so you're not leaving by 8. All right, this is the last march of the night. And I need you guys all here tomorrow, 10 o'clock, City Hall. All 50 stations are going to be participating in the South Beach March. If anyone needs a snack, it's over here. We have some chewy bars, we have some water. This is a beautiful Mexican flag.
Ice out of LA. Ice out of LA. That was such a good meal.
Flags.
It was good to see. It was good to see. what you did. But anyways. Oh, look, it's a huge galactic battle. You had to load it all. It's this huge galactic battle. Cool, there's all these things like trying to kill this crazy Karenid platform that wants to form here. Look, this thing's like burning. It's like lagging my computer to do it. They're gonna like win. There's this giant defense platform that they're like fucking busting right now. There, they killed it. They fucking killed it. All these like crazy ships showed up, elites. There's like, how many ships are on thing right now? I don't know, like 50 or something? That's fucking crazy. Oh, good, done loading. Cool.
How's it going? I am Prismir, and today I'll bring up 8 unwritten rules of Fallout 76. Right before we get into that, this is a similar video as the previous one I have posted, so in case you've seen that one, this one is new and different, so make sure you stick around to see what it's all about. Now let's get into our very first point, which is going to be about having visible vendors. The problem with this one is some camps have a real good amount of clutter around their vendors, and you're basically not going to be able to find them. Some people, because of this, they teleport out after just a quick search because they can't be bothered. So make sure you clear up the clutter so people can find your vendor. Another great way of helping people find your vendor more easily is to use the Vault Boy lore decor that quite literally points in the direction of your vendor. That makes it quick and simple to find them. Also, do make sure to not put your vendors in your shelters, at least not only in your shelters, because no one's gonna want to load in twice. For the next point, make sure you place at least 2 vendors. The reason for this is because you want to have an extra vendor available in case you have 2 or more customers, or in case you need to go into your vendor and put something new up for sale and then someone drops by at the same time. If you or someone else are in that vendor, no one else can use it. Some people might not be patient enough and they will just straight up leave. I figure it's just a really good practice to have 2 vendors available, just for easy access to the players that show up to your camp. As for our third and also last camp point, consider your rad scrubber position. So imagine you're a blooded build. You have a lot of rad buildup because that's what blooded builds are, and you want to enter this building. Right here, no problem, but if we swap to this, you see the rad scrubber is right in the doorway, the only entry to the vendors. Some people may not even enter because of that. It's just a hassle to have to get that radiation level proper again. I mean, it's relatively quick, but sometimes we just can't be bothered. So it really is hit or miss whether or not you're going to lose a customer in that scenario. Now, I can understand why it's nice to have them in the doorway, so maybe you don't want to move them, and that's completely fine. I'm just saying, it's a hassle for us with a block. As for point number 4, express yourself. This mainly has to do with emoting. If you're finishing an event, I think dropping a thumbs up is just really nice to let everyone know, like, hey, good job, we made it. And I see a lot of people doing this now in this clip. I was the only one, unfortunately, and that happens sometimes, but I try to give them people a thumbs up after most of the events that I do, at least. And imagine another scenario, someone walks into your camp. Hey man, what a nice camp you have. Damn, look at all this, it looks so great. But you're just gonna be quiet? No, of course not. Hey, thanks, man, I appreciate that. Really glad you gave me such a nice compliment. I'm sure I brought home the point with that. Number 5, revive other players. This one is pretty self-explanatory, and most people are going to do it, but if you're not, it's only going to cost you 1 stim pack to revive someone, and if you get down, you're almost certainly going to be revived by someone as well. So I figured, why wouldn't you repay the favor, right? I think it's such a simple and nice thing to do, and usually they even express themselves, like our previous point, with a heart or a thumbs up after being revived, something you may also want to do. And for whatever reason, I actually like reviving people. Maybe it is because most people actually drop an emote afterwards, and it's just nice, you know. Next up, open your lunch boxes. Lunch boxes you can get from gold bullion, or you can get them every once in a while for free as a daily atomic shop item. One lunch box is going to give you 25% bonus experience for 1 hour, up to a maximum of 4, and that's going to be 100%. So if you're seeing someone use a lunch box, I would probably wait a little bit, see if they open more. Some people like to just open 4 at once, like I did here. But if they just open 1 or 2, and you know that you're going to be playing actively for the next 1 hour, if I'm in that situation, I would totally open at least 1. You can string people together, so you have 4 different people open 1 each. It's a bit hit or miss though, I will admit that, but why not try? And if you're considering experience farming in West Tech, or any alternative method for that matter, it's a really good idea to watch for public events that are relatively popular with a lot of people joining in. There you can pop 1 or 2 lunch boxes and see if someone jumps on the train. Hopefully someone does, but even if you have to use all 4 of them on your own, at least you're sharing it with other people. I think it's something that's at least worth trying if you're trying to save a couple of lunch boxes here and there. Number 7. Don't steal someone's loot. If you die, or someone else of course, you're going to leave behind a bag with all of those junk items. I would argue that if a low-level player dies, you should absolutely leave their loot where...
I think you might be bad.
What's going on, everybody? Mordem here, this time bringing you my review after 100% for The Alters, an interesting game combining making clones of yourselves who have lived different lives with some, I would say, much more traditional survival craft type stuff. But before we get into all that, to get my usual stuff out of the way, I review games after 100% all the time to set me apart from other reviewers on the platform, and while that does include the achievements, it also includes a lot more than that. There's a link below covering everything I go over, and my Steam profile is public and linked below as well. But in the case of The Alters, a few more things to know. For starters, this review is going up a day before the game officially launches on the 13th, which is of course possible because I was sent a review copy several weeks ago, in fact, and so I've had this game in my hands for, I believe it has been 3 weeks, which was plenty of time to comfortably get everything done. In addition to that, 11-Bit Studios, the developer and publisher, also sent me a press mailer for this one, which included some merch for the game. But with that out out of the way, let's actually dive fully into this. You see, I've had my eye on the altars for a while. In fact, my first exposure to it was a demo during, I believe it was a Steam Next Fest, where I was really interested in the core idea. And essentially, what you're doing here is, after being trapped on a planet, you use some special material to start creating clones of yourself. However, these clones have different memories and different skill sets than you in order to help you survive. The thing is, you have to manage all of their feelings about that, having regular conversations with yourself about the, sort of different ways this character's life could have gone, and combine that with some choice and consequence that takes place over the course of the game. In fact, you're going to have to replay this at least a couple times in order to see everything. It's a very unique experience that I can't really quite compare to anything else, at least as far as the story goes. Now, the sort of catch to that is, however, the rest of the game, the survival, base building, crafting side of it, is a lot more basic. It's very run-of-the-mill as far as those types of games go. And so while I think things like that story are really, really interesting, and I think they did a lot of great stuff with it and really went into that, the rest of the game, the actual gameplay of it,
Get out of it!
is honestly kind
Get out of it!
Even then, though, we do see a few difficulty options. We can adjust the economy of the world as well as the action. Now, the thing is, there is no combat or anything in this game, but you do regularly have to deal with things like radiation as well as various anomalies that will irradiate you, and that's what they mean by the more action-oriented elements, whereas the economy is pretty basic in terms of just resources you have to gather and spend. That said, these don't terribly influence much, so that combined with the fact that it's not really the type of game where you're up against some incredible challenge, it's not, a game that necessarily needs difficulty options to begin with. And so from there, let's start talking about the story setup and my thoughts on it. So, we play as Jan Dolsky, a member of what they call Project Dolly, various missions sent out into space to hopefully collect some miracle material known as Rapidium. Your ship is fitted with a special quantum computer that is meant to run, of course, the odds of success on these trips by identifying solar systems and planets most likely to have the substance with them. This is being done because back on Earth they are facing growing supply shortages. Rapidium, this sort of magic material, is capable of producing things, as the name would imply, very, very rapidly. It adjusts the quantum molecular structure of things to basically make them grow much more quickly. Meaning that with enough Rapidium, you can utilize farming methods and the like that will provide more food faster for those growing supply shortages. The catch here is when your base identifies one of these planets and sends the crew down to go investigate and start mining, unfortunately everybody dies. We are the lone survivor. After quickly making our way to the base on this planet that is suffering with irradiation as well as a sun that scorches the surface clean whenever it is in full view, we've got our work cut out for us. Basically, the goal is to, in every act of the game, gather up the resources and clear the obstacles that need clearing in order for you to move your rolling base forward to what will ultimately be the rescue spot. But in order to facilitate that, you can help yourself out by also gathering Rapidium along the way, so the company you work for, Ally Corp, has a reason to come save you. With the catch, as I've already mentioned, being that you can't do this alone. You have to start making altars of yourself. And that's where the story gets really interesting, because you cannot create every possible altar in a single playthrough. So just down to the altars you actually do make will change some of the story and side quests that you get via these characters you're interacting with. And while I think that would have been interesting enough on its own, what really sells it, though, is that there is actually even more choice and consequence tied to the narrative. There are some major decisions you'll make which are going to lead to different outcomes in each act and ultimately affect the endings of the game as well. And all together, all the different altars, your interactions with them, the different side quests they offer, as well as the main story and its choice and consequence is really the highlight of the game, and it's the unique thing about this game that makes it worth playing, in my opinion. Which brings us to the progression and gameplay. As I've mentioned, there's not really any combat to speak of, so the rest of this review is mostly going to be down to these factors. Because
What? I'm just gonna leave.
Hey Glass Gang, thanks for tuning in. In today's video, I'm going to show you guys how to build my pontoon boat that I use for fishing. It is completely mobile, it's a party in slow motion. And before we get into all that, make sure you like and subscribe so you don't miss the next upload. Depending on your skill level and how well you know your way around the build menu, this should take no more than 10 or 15 minutes. Once it's set up, you'll be able to pull it out from your stored menu and fish from it. You can fish right from the side of it. If you follow this build guide all the way through and correctly, you will be able to move it from one area of the map to the next without having to put pieces back on.
Dope.
It is fully self-powered and has the weather control station inside that you can swap out to and fit any other type that you want. And fish from it. And if you've never seen a pontoon before, this is what they look like. There's even a very popular song by Little Big Town called Pontoon, and I linked it in the description if you want to listen to it while you build your pontoon and get really immersed in the project. And before we begin, this build does not require any glitches or exploits or merges or any of the sort, so don't worry about that. Well, this pontoon won't build itself, so let's get to it. So with moving this thing, the only problem you may encounter are these side pieces disappearing. It's because you either changed the wallpaper inside, which you should never do. Don't change the wallpaper. Don't even put wallpaper. Another thing that can do it is if you have them snapped together, which you shouldn't. Snapping needs to be turned off, but we'll get into that more when the time comes. So you want to start by placing your foundations into the water, but someplace where they can still go into.
She's positive and she's informative. Last gaming, I've liked to sub to your channel. Oh no, what? Whoa, 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 whoa. Fuck was this? Whoa. Fuck is he? Did you kill him? All I saw was a fucking fire extinguisher flying. Nice. She does carry her weight because there's like thousands of mobs. Are we done? Is this place done? I think I am done, huh? Yep. Yeah, this was it, huh? Yeah, I think so. It should just go on to the next thing, I guess. Okay, I'm through to Blue Acidity Tester, and all I have to do is go to Dangrove Wadi, and I did get that done. I'll have to go do it later, though. Level 5 is way too low for that. If I get, like, Goblin Aggro or anything like that, I'll fucking die. I need to definitely, like, go up to, like, level probably 12 or 13 before I worry about that. So that's good, but then I'll get rank 2, and that's fun. There, I got the voices right where they should be, where I can hear that they're talking, but they don't bother me. Maybe stolen ships can't get the orbital things on them, and I think that might be what it is. But that Valroom ship is good for I left it like okay, so we can go back to leveling. I should go to the mage vendor. Or sorry, the scroll vendor, excuse me. Ugh. Ah, get out of it. I am firing at this thing. Full point stop. Why aren't you killing it? Goddamn buggy ass games. Can't move. Wedge me. I'm just gonna stay in first person inside these ships because the third person's like camera is way too fucking annoying. I didn't really understand that before. But it's good. This is more tense than first person in the ship anyway. Love this gun. I'm addicted to this stupid combat because it's better than most of the games I play. It's weird because it's like a Bethesda game. They usually couldn't really do combat that well. I mean, they could, but not that well. I think they probably took that to heart and they like really worked on this and hired a bunch of combat people. Please use the power. Please use the power. Yes, it is. I'll sit down on you. What can you do? You can't do anything. You shoot me? No. Oh, I have to undock, huh? I should have jumped to my thing. Oh yeah, you're a doctor, aren't you? Excuse me.
To some kind of dirt, someplace that's not too deep, and you want to bring the top of the foundation very close to the water. Now we're going to start placing the walls, and you want to start with the doorways and then move to your half walls. Then I used a new fishing box to prop up the captain's chair, but you could use a stash box. I felt it wasn't high enough for a captain's chair, so I wanted it a little bit raised. And you're gonna see that I start actually decorating with the roof off, because it is a good idea to do it this way, because there's not much inside actually, and you can just throw it in really quickly. Then I'm gonna grab one of my weather stations. It doesn't matter which, because when you store it, you can then convert it to whichever other one that you own and pull it back out and reconnect it to the power source. So that's how we're gonna operate this weather station. Then press X on the wall back here, and then Y to convert to a solid wall. Then you'll be able to place some decorations on the wall. Now we're going to put the side things on, and I have no idea what they're called, but they give the pontoon buoyancy, or is what makes it float. And what I'm using to imitate that look is the modern kitchen set cabinets. And you just want to place a couple down anywhere on these side walls, because you have to pick them back up, turn off snapping because you don't want snapping to occur, and then free place them like this. So now you saw that one snapped to it. This is how you turn off snapping. Press A on one of the cabinets that are snapped together, and then press X to toggle snapping.
I find this knowledge worthless.
Light No Fire is the upcoming open-world fantasy multiplayer game by Hello Games.
Thank you, Mogs
the developer
HD.
of
I'd like to
No
sub to your
Sky.
channel.
And this video is about why I think it's going to be one of the best games of the next decade. I am super excited about it, and I have 3 reasons why I think it's going to be incredible. Alright, that's it. Let's get into it. Alright, so let's just get one thing out of the way real quick. No matter what any other reason people give, including myself, for why Light No Fire is going to be incredible, the real reason is simple. It's being made by Hello Games. This is the developer that launched No Man's Sky, an absolute train wreck on launch. They overpromised, massively underdelivered, and sparked one of the biggest backlashes from a gaming community probably ever, but at least in recent memory. And yet, nearly a decade later, through relentless support and countless free updates, they've transformed that creative but fairly mediocre game at launch into what many now consider to be a genuine masterpiece, myself included. They're a developer that has shown themselves to be full of integrity, passion, and who genuinely seem to want to do right by their games and their community. That's the real reason Light No Fire is going to be brilliant, because Sean Murray and his team are behind it. The other thing I should say up front is that my assumption, looking at the trailer and everything that Sean said so far about the game, is that Light No Fire is basically taking all of the tech and the game engine from No Man's Sky and then reworking it and reskinning it all for Light No Fire. There are definitely a ton of similarities between the two games from just appearances alone, and so everything I talk about in this video will be based on this assumption that they're both using the same core tech. Alright, now that's out of the way, let's get into my first reason. It probably goes without saying that one of the things I think most people are looking forward to in this game is flying dragons. However, I gotta say, the flight model in No Man's Sky is something that has always bothered me. The way I would describe the way the ships feel in the game would be floaty. Your ship's basically always moving forward. You can't ever come to a complete stop, and you have no movement at all laterally or vertically. In other words,
I meant to go to the small shop
or go up and down. You can really just go forward, and I don't even think you can go backwards. Except in space, I think you can go backwards in space. Compare that to the more simulation-heavy space games like Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen, which utilize a 6 degrees of freedom flight model, which is used in many other space sim games. And without getting into the weeds of simulating spaceflight, to me at least, feels the most realistic and satisfying way to do it when you're flying a spaceship. However, if we then transfer that floaty flight model over to the context of flying dragons and birds, it makes perfect sense. As we all know, birds don't have thrusters on their sides, bottoms, or tops that would allow them to strafe or move vertically, and with a few rare exceptions, they can't hover in place. And so utilizing No Man's Sky's flight model in Light No Fire is basically the perfect application of it. Honestly, flying ships in that game has always felt like flying a dragon, and now I actually will be. And there's more. Rideable flying creatures have been in No Man's Sky for quite a while now. It's not something that most players do often, but honestly, I highly recommend trying it. It feels really good, like the creature has a mind of its own. You're not really controlling it directly, you're giving it guidance, asking it to go this way or that. And it reminds me of how horses work in Red Dead Redemption 2, which has the best horse mechanics, I'm sure you'll agree, of any game ever made.
Nope.
In that game,
Rust is better.
Feels like you're communicating with a living animal. You're trying to get it to bend to your will. You're not steering it like it's a car. And it's just beautifully done. And if Hello Games can bring that kind of feeling to Light No Fire, using everything they've learned about flying creatures in No Man's Sky, I think we're in for something truly special. Okay, I'm really sorry to say this, but I don't like the multi-tool in No Man's Sky. I know a lot of people are probably gonna hate me for that, but I'm just not a multi-tool guy. One thing I've always wanted in No Man's Sky is more primitive weapons. A spear, a sword, a pickaxe, something that makes me feel like I'm firing a real projectile, or interacting directly with the ground, not just zapping it with a laser. And also, rather than just being different modes that we switch between, which to me feels like I'm playing with menus and toggling switches, I want to actually put my weapon away and pull out something else. And when we look at the trailer for Light No Fire, we can see characters using bows, axes, all kinds of different tools and weapons, and this just looks wonderful to me. And I don't know, I don't have a whole lot to say about this. I'm just so pumped to play primitive No Man's Sky. It's gonna be awesome. So I don't know how many of you knew this, but when No Man's Sky first launched, it was pretty much just a single-player game. It had its own form of multiplayer, similar to what you find in the Kojima game Death Stranding, where you can see messages from other players and see signs of them in your world. But other than that, it was a single-player game at launch, with multiplayer added later and then iterated upon and fleshed out to what it is today. However, Light No Fire, according to their marketing, seems to have been built from the ground up with multiplayer as a core feature. And this is something that I'm so incredibly excited about. In No Man's Sky, the multiplayer always felt like it was tacked on, because it was. For instance, you can't share houses with your friends. You can build together, but you don't really both own it together. And so with desync and other stuff going on, if you try to live with your buddy, and I have, it just ends up feeling pretty janky. And so the best you can manage is building near each other and just being neighbors. And I hate this. I want to get together with my bro, this is my bro, build a house together, build a farm, harvest our crops together. I want to share vehicles, resources, land, everything. And I know it might be wishful thinking, but if Light No Fire is being built with co-op gameplay in mind from the very beginning, I'm hopeful that it'll include these kinds of core co-op features. If not, I'll cry, probably a lot, but for now I'm going to assume that it will, and I'm going to be happy. And that's it, guys. Those are all the reasons that I think Light No Fire is going to be truly something special. I don't think I've looked forward to a game this much since, well, Arc Raiders. Actually, I'm really looking forward to that. I'll probably cover that on this channel as well. But yeah, probably since No Man's Sky, honestly. That game was something that I knew was going to be amazing, and I was so disappointed when it came out at launch. Although I did play it a lot at launch as well. But yeah, it was definitely overpromised. But I think with everything that Hello Games has learned over the years and their amazing support of No Man's Sky, I just cannot imagine them making the same mistakes again. And I think they're going to make sure that Light No Fire is just an absolute work of art. And it might not be perfect, no game is. No Man's Sky, as you can see from this video, I mean, I don't think it's a perfect game at all. And I don't even play it much these days, but it is definitely a quality game, and the support that that studio has given it and continues to give it is second to none.
Please. I think I got him. Oh, come on, he's at 10%. You did my entire bar, you shithead cheater fucking developer. Come on, man. You wasted so much of my goddamn time for no reason. Why did you do my entire bar when he was at 10%? 'Cause you suck dick. That's why, developer. That's why.
This year is already shaping up to be an excellent year for base builders, and there's more on the way. There's a bunch of really cool upcoming base builders that are pushing the genre in some new directions.
This is not the genre I'm looking for. Go back. Nope. Back to gaming. Come on, man. I had that boss. You put 15 mobs on me, and then you took me out at 10% left on a boss when I was full health. You fucking shithead developer. Maybe I don't have to kill her. Maybe I don't have to kill her. So annoying. What? Throw the damn spear. 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 You're so annoying. Fuck you and you leash. You goddamn asshole developer. What? It's a little bit better than 50. It's easier to see. Maybe 60. Maybe 55. What? Chosen Shaman. God damn it. You fucking shithead developer. What was that? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I see. That's not it, is it? Wow.
Could you also drop the Discord Wade, if you don't mind? I could do it that way. Yeah, I know. I know. I wish. How the fuck? Ooh, shit. How the fuck did I get a...
That seems fair. Yeah. 16 mobs and all that bullshit. Seems fair.
Running, just keep running, running.
Oh, bio maybe? Let's see what's on. Oh, bind. Is bind on that scroll? No. No, not interested. Yeah, that new keyboard, yeah. Not interested. I am interested in pirate games. I mean, I like these little Steam games. Man, using...
Hi, my name is Cold Beer, and let's start with Hand of Fate 2. This is a dungeon crawler set in a dark fantasy world. Here we'll try to
like
master
Hand of
a
Fate,
living
yeah.
board game where every stage of the adventure is drawn from a deck of legendary encounters chosen by you. So choose wisely your opponent. The enigmatic dealer will try to make you feel helpless and pathetic. People on Steam are saying that the combat is a bit clunky, but the atmosphere,
Yeah, it
art
is.
style, and the narration of the game makes Hand of Fate really enjoyable and fun. Although keep in mind that the game is kinda difficult, also heavily based on luck. You know, it's a card game after all, and that may be frustrating if you have an unlucky day when everything falls apart. So before playing, throw a coin into the air 3 times and try to guess heads or tails. If you'll be correct at least 2 times, play the game. Luck is
Yeah,
with
sure.
you today.
Thank you, Cold Beer. I'd like to sub to your channel.
What if guessing heads or tails right was the luckiest thing that happened today?
Well, in this instance, I'll think you'll know that you are screwed right away. Game is not forgiving. Neo Complete Edition. This game, as you probably already know, is a third-person Souls-like action RPG. You play as a lone traveler in the age of samurai who lands on the shores of Japan. You must fight your way through the vicious warriors and supernatural creatures that infest the land in order to reach your destination. The Complete Edition contains the full game and 3 expansions with additional story chapters. People are jokingly saying that in this game you are Vibu Geralt, and as with the Witcher game, you just have to play Neo with a gamepad.
Or you will suffer even more.
Yeah, the game is Souls-like, remember? By the way, in 2021, Neo Complete Edition was free on Epic,
You mean...
so you might have it already.
I don't know, I'd way rather a keyboard mouse on an analog and a mouse. I'd so much rather analog
Here, the
mouse
Sunset
keyboard.
City is under siege.
Like Elden
A
Ring.
contaminated energy drink somehow has transformed most of the population into toxic mutants. For many, it's the end of
Sunset
the world,
Overdrive
but
looks
for
fun.
you, it's a
I've never
dream
played
come
it.
True. Your old boss? Dead. Your boring job? Gone. Yeah, sounds
$4
like a
though.
wet dream of every office worker. Although my advice would be to search for not boring job with a nice boss. I know, I know, it's easier to tame a unicorn than that. Hell, what I'm talking about, it's easier to find a League of Legends match with non-toxic randoms. Anyway, here you'll transform the open world around you into your tactical playground by grinding, vaulting, and wall running across the city while using devastating, unconventional arsenal. The game presents itself as an open world with no rules. Run along walls, leap off buildings, and grind power lines and rails to destroy your foes from every angle. Review score is around 90%, so if you like what you see, you know what to do. 8-bit invaders. Remember all the Lovecraftian movies where bodies are merging with each other? You know, like The Thing, The Fly, or Annihilation with Natalie Portman. So StarCraft and Minecraft were protagonists in such a Lovecraftian movie, 8-bit invaders would be the merging result. See, you can always think of something better than just a cliché. Pillars of Eternity 2, Deadfire. You'll go after a rogue god over land and sea, captain your ship on a dangerous voyage of discovery across the vast and unexplored archipelago region of the Deadfire. Also, have you noticed how all the names in fantasy games and books have some doomy and gloomy meaning?
Region of Deadfire, lands of crying souls, mountain of doom, sea of sorrow, forest of banshee screams,
and so on. Well, in the real world, all those places would probably have way less
And
terrifying.
none of these games interest me. But I didn't mind the video. I want to curate my gaming thing. It sucks. It's not pitching good videos, and I know it could. I know it could pitch good videos. Yeah, I know you think I like Colton much. Reviewing this beast of a mini PC, LG, or must play. I don't like asymmetric games. This one appeals to me. I'm not playing DOS games. I'm not interested. I don't like Cyberpunk. I'm not interested. Maybe I should do a new thing.
Hello everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic day today. Thank you so much for checking out the video. Today we're going to be talking about a fast and easy way to learn some legendary mods, or even a chance at learning, or not learning, but getting a box mod. And yeah, this is probably the best way to get these effects. Let's get into it here. Okay, so just to start off, I realized that there are a lot of weapons that we can craft that are legendary. Now this doesn't work on them all. As I get into the video, I will explain that. But there are a lot of great weapons that we learn the plan from that we can scrap or craft and then scrap at a chance to learn legendary mods. Now if you're going for a particular one, this is definitely good news. And I'm going to show you here, there are some great weapons to get some great effects. And
Yeah, this was interesting to
at
me.
the end of the video, I will go over some weapons that I recommend you grind for, or just go out looking for it. Some of them involve quests. Some of them, you know, like the Nuka launcher there, I only think you can get that off the Atomic Shop. I don't think you can get it for stamps or anything like that. But yeah, my point is, if you're going for certain effects, like weapon speed right there on the scythe would be a great example. Very good chance that you're going to learn it, because you're going to be able to craft a good amount of these fairly quickly. The gutter's a good example too, although, you know, you do need an Assaultron circuit board to craft it. They can be a little tricky to find, but if you can find like 10 of them and craft 10 of these, there's probably a decent chance that you will get the Vampire's Legendary box mod, or even learn it, right? And if you really want to grind, you can probably make 20 or 30 of those pretty quick. Now, again, just, you know, to point out, Facebreaker here is another good one. If you're a melee build, you know, the power attack damage, and it's +3 strength now. Phoenix Best Friend, the same thing. So either one you want to craft there if you're a melee user, I just recommend those two. Very easy to make these. And the good thing about these weapons too, ladies and gentlemen, is it is only 2 modules to craft these. So like I spent like 150 modules, and I'm pretty sure by the end of this video, you'll see, I think I got 3 box mods, and I learned 2 or 3 new effects. I did have a bit of a problem here, as I'm going to show. I was scrapping these after I crafted a bunch of them, and when I learned the legendary effect, or even got a box mod, I didn't get the prompt up in the top left. So I'm just throwing this out there. If you are scrapping legendaries and you're not getting anything, make sure you check your mods in your Pip-Boy, or even in your stash. Maybe you forgot that you threw it in there. And definitely go over to the Tinker's Workbench to see if you've learned any new plans. See, I was a little confused here. I even said to my friend there, I'm like, why is it not coming up in the top left? Because I kept hearing like the sound cue for learning a mod. I learned like 2 mods from that one, if I'm not mistaken, as we're going to show as we go on to the video here. And yeah, simple as that, everybody. You just got to craft them and scrap them. And yeah, definitely some good weapons like the scythe here, like for weapon speed
What?
and reduced weight. Definitely another great one. Again, at the end of the video, I will go over a bunch of recommended weapons and how to get them. So you can see I got 2 box mods and we never got 1 prompt. You guys literally saw me going right from the start there. Another one I really would recommend too is, like, this is what I was going for because I've been trying to get the 25% action point cost, minus 25% action point cost. If you can get medical malpractice, I learned that today and I was very, very, very happy about that. And yeah, here, I went into here. And I already knew, I think Furious I learned as well. I didn't know Furious before I started scrapping these, so I'm pretty sure I've actually learned the plan or the recipe, whatever you want to call it, for Furious, and I think it's VATS enhanced, which is 25% less VATS cost, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, pretty sure I learned those two. So yeah, and I know I didn't have that optimized because that's the one I was going for. So if you're like me and you're going for that one, maybe, you know, you need to get your hands on some medical malpractices. I just want to say, if it doesn't take legendary modules to craft the weapon, like the circuit breaker here, you're not going to learn any of the plans from this. So don't go crafting a bunch of circuit breakers. I crafted 25 of them here and I learned nothing. In fact, I think it was 26 if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, just to point out, make sure it costs 2 modules to make this weapon. Don't waste your time. Now, Facebreaker, highly recommend this one. You can get it from a quest called a Knight's Penance, or Penance. I probably didn't say that right. Headhunter Scythe, it was from the previous season if you played. Mechanic's Best Friend, great for the power attack and strength. You get it from the daily ops. Medical Malpractice, if you're want to go for the hit chance and the less action cost like I was, you can get it from the daily ops. Nuka Launcher, I think you may have to wait to the Atomic Shop if you can't already craft it. It was from a previous season. The quest Waste Management will give you the Gutter for possibly getting the Vampire's effect, and the Bloodied effect from the Unstoppable Monster. You can get this weapon from the daily ops. So I think a lot of people will be interested in crafting that weapon. And yeah, I just wanted to get this out there so you guys would know, maybe have a better chance at some of the legendary mods that you're going for. As always, everybody, thank you so much for watching. Have a great day.
I need a flint, damn it. Give me a flint. Give me a flint. There's no flints out here. It's like you forgot to put them there. I need a flint. I need a flint. Oh, you're so annoying. The developer always manages to fucking piss me off. They just manage to do it. I don't really understand it, really. It's like they've got a skill at it. Like, it's so dumb. I need a fucking flint. You're so annoying. Why did you forget to put flint here? There's a flint. There's a flint. I hate opening the camp. It's so annoying. But I like the camp. The camp does look cool.
They thought that they could get away with it. I am awestruck at this point. Mind's Eye has to be one of the worst, one of the most hilariously bad video game releases that I have ever seen. We're talking about a game that was entirely sold off of the prestige of their former employer. 450 developers. They promised the world only to deliver absolute garbage for $60. $30 extra if you guys want to get your hands on the deluxe pass. I want to miss out on that. Mind's Eye is just bad. Conceptually, there are actually some really cool things here, but everything put in motion makes this game feel like it's an early access version or an alpha version of a game, but that is not how this game is being sold as. Even though they essentially have an early access roadmap. You can't make this up.
No.
Look, I can tell that a few people worked really hard on this game. Genuinely, I can. But those are rare moments. Flashes in the pan. In a series of red flags that are leading directly to this studio's closure in the next couple of months, if not weeks, to be honest with you. I mean, we don't normally see a game that withholds video game reviews, shows the players absolutely nothing up until about 2 weeks before the game's launch, only to have their executives quit days before the game comes out. So today, I'm going to break down the hilariously chaotic development and release of Mind's Eye. I'm going to talk about my experience playing the game. And why from now on, anytime we ever hear of a game that's being made by insert your favorite game developers here, I'd run. I knew absolutely nothing about Mind's Eye until just a few weeks ago. Then I found out that it was a game being made by a 450-person studio founded back in 2017, led by Leslie Benzies, the former president of Rockstar North, and I thought, well, that's odd that I haven't heard anything about this. A Grand Theft Auto competitor supposedly in development for years, and yet I'd never seen a trailer, a reveal, or even a headline. I only came across it because of some reporting that the game's co-CEO and lead developer had gone into their community Discord to claim that Mind's Eye was being targeted, that content creators and bots were mass disliking the trailer and trying to poison the conversation around the game, and suggesting that someone was paying to sabotage it before launch. George Foster of The Gamer wrote about it in an article titled, "A Concerted Effort to Trash the Game. Mind's Eye lead thinks negative reception is coming from paid bots, seemingly blames Rockstar." They say Mind's Eye has been on a bit of a weird road ever since it was first announced, and it really wasn't helped by the lack of gameplay and information so close to release. Build a Rocket Boy tried to fix this recently with some previews from content creators and a new overview trailer, but the response hasn't been all that positive. Most of the recent showcases of Mind's Eye have been met with calls for it to be delayed due to bugs or filled with comments from people saying it looks off somehow. While it could just be because people aren't gelling with what they've seen so far, Build a Rocket Boy's co-CEO, Mark Gerhard, seems to think that the negative feedback is being paid for. As reported by Eurogamer, Gerhard took to Mind's Eye's Discord server to respond to a comment asking if he believed that all of the people who negatively reacted were financed by someone, which he agreed by saying 100%. After being called out for this, Gerhard said, "Not wild when it's true." To make matters even more interesting, Gerhard later said that it doesn't take much to guess who, which seems to be aimed at Rockstar and Take-Two, considering Mind's Eye is clearly gunning for a similar vibe to GTA and comes from a former lead on the series. That seems to be what Gerhard is hinting at, although he didn't confirm it in the Discord. It is unlikely to say exactly who he means. I'm just gonna say it how it is. They made a bad trailer for a bad game. That's it. Not a conspiracy, not sabotage. They were just trying to skirt accountability as quickly as they possibly can. You put out a product that was so mid it couldn't even survive a YouTube comment section. There is no world in which Rockstar is behind this. If they actually wanted to bury Mind's Eye, you'd see a lot more than a few thousand dislikes on a YouTube trailer. We're talking about one of the richest, most influential studios on the planet. 3,000 dislikes, some shitty comments, and a couple of content creators that are unimpressed. If they were coming after you, you wouldn't be able to blame it on a bad comment section. The reality is, Mind's Eye was being criticized because nobody knew what the hell it was, and it screamed scam. That trailer was as weird as it gets. A shiny cinematic city, a weird monotone voiceover that sounded like it was AI generated, boring gameplay clips to lines like, "You have expert skills," as the character literally just stands in the middle of the road getting shot. Nothing about it inspired confidence, and somehow, things only got worse from here. Just 5 days after headlines started circulating about the co-CEO accusing critics of being paid off or being paid actors, both the studio's chief legal officer and chief financial officer quit. Less than a week before launch. That is not a reshuffle, that is a lifeboat moment. That is people that are in charge of legal and financial liability saying, "No thanks, we're good," and stepping off the ship before it hits the iceberg. And looking at how that game launched, yeah, I can see why. Mind's Eye debuted to just over 3,000 players on Steam with a 41% rating. It's like these guys are trying to compete with Concord. Social media has been flooded with clips of bugs, glitches, and complaints. It is so bad that Dark Viper, who covers GTA, ended up laughing during his sponsored segment while trying to tell people where to buy the game. Carnage had his entire sponsorship pulled before he could even make it to the main menu of the game.
What? Okay. The sponsor just paused the sponsored stream. So, first time that's happened.
It honestly feels like Mind's Eye entire marketing push or their marketing campaign was just canceled last minute just to stop the bleeding and avoid any further embarrassment. Though embarrassed isn't really the word that I would use. Exposed feels more accurate because I took the time to sit down and play Mind's Eye, and at first I actually didn't understand what all the complaints are about. Sure, the gameplay was simple, but I wasn't hitting any major bugs. The performance seemed relatively fine. It was pretty stable for the most part, and the voice acting was honestly solid, like genuinely great work for such terrible writing. But for the first hour, I just kind of thought to myself, okay, maybe people are overreacting. Then it struck me. The first 2 hours of this game are basically cutscenes. You are either watching characters talk or you are driving from one place to another. Sometimes you're just following another car, and it feels intentional, like they purposely front-loaded the entire experience to delay you from hitting the broken parts. That earlier section in the game is the most polished part of the entire game. The voice work is good, the driving feels smooth, the cutscenes look relatively clean, but the actual gameplay, completely non-existent. It wasn't until almost hour 2 that I was like, bro, wait a minute. When am I actually going to play this game? Instead, you get these drawn-out car chases, missions where you have to place bots on a map and then just watch them do their thing. All of this endless busy work that barely even qualifies as interaction. The longer you play, the more it starts to unravel. The cracks stop being cracks and start being the entire foundation. You hit this one chase sequence in the game, maybe an hour or an hour and a half in, and you pull out the submachine gun that you just recently used, and for whatever reason now, it has infinite ammo. The bullet effects that are coming out of it are just looping the same low-res streaking animation that looks like it was ripped out of a decade-old tech demo. The AI in this game is just god-awful. Enemies will just stand still and fire at nothing or just ignore you entirely. Civilians will do nothing at all, or sometimes they'll just trigger the exact same animation and all just start sprinting directly at you like a horror movie. I honestly couldn't bring myself to play any more of it, but everything that I have seen past then only gets worse. Scripted events where enemies will just die even if you don't even shoot at them, hallways filled with hundreds of pre-rendered enemies, and more. This game isn't just bad, it's unfinished. The more that I played, the more it reminded me of the day before more than GTA or anything even close to a polished full release, but that's exactly what they're selling it as. $60 and $30 for a premium pass. You don't put out any review copies, no gameplay.
Shut off
In
the
my
lights, I'll be
opinion,
right back.
that's not mismanagement. It feels like these guys have been deliberately trying to avoid anyone knowing about what this game was. I mean, 4 days before this game launched, when players still hadn't known anything about how this game played, they uploaded a video on their YouTube channel titled Quality Assurance with Leslie Benzies. I'm not kidding you guys. A game that breaks down in the first hour where nothing feels finished, and they made a promo video about QA. This is amazing. And that's what makes this entire thing so hard to look away from. This isn't some tiny indie team that's trying to punch above their own weight. This is a 450-person studio and a game that has been in development for nearly 7 years, founded by one of the most influential figures in modern game design. So where did all that time and money go? How do you end up with this as a product that feels so early, so stitched together with that size of a team? Either this game went through hell behind the scenes, or it was designed as a scam from day one. And when 2 C-level executives walk out days before launch, something's been wrong for a long time. I look at this game and I just don't understand why they didn't sell it as an early access title. The concept isn't bad, it's genuinely not. There are some genuinely interesting things here. I like the drone companion and the futuristic setting. The bones aren't the problem. You can see there's some ambition underneath this, but the second that you start playing it, it becomes obvious that this game wasn't ready. And even more frustrating is that they practically admitted this themselves. In the official trailer that they put out, they outlined what was basically an early access roadmap. Open world exploration, dynamic events, new features that were going to be coming on down the line. So why
So a
not just
half-finished
call it what
game.
it was? It feels like you
Half-finished
got a team that
game.
set out to make a GTA competitor, but you couldn't actually meet the scale or quality. So instead, you just front-loaded a demo, dressed it up as a full release, and then just hope people wouldn't notice until it was too late. At this point, it honestly feels like the only reason that Mind's Eye launched was because the studio needed players to act as free QA and added funding. They didn't release it because it was finished, they released it because they had no other option. But instead of just being upfront about that, they packaged it like it was a full release, leaned on that Rockstar connection by spreading a rumor that they were the ones trying to take them down, and then hoped that the polish in the first 2 hours would be enough to carry it past the refund window. It's deceptive, sure, but more than anything, it's insulting. This has to stop. We can't keep doing this. Every single time a game comes out like this, it damages the entire ecosystem. Every single time that we see a game that is marketed as a fully finished and polished product, and then it comes out into the market only for us to find out that it is a barely functioning prototype,
Greetings survivors and friends, Shadowfax here, trawling up all the very latest in Rust development for you today, including more info on spawn changes, tweaks to Peacekeeper turrets, the scientist AI rework, and a rundown on all that's expected to wash up in July's patch. But first, a free upgrade to the Abyss pack is on the way, and this also applies to anyone who already has it. Yesterday on the staging branch, these 2 new Abyss-themed storage barrels surfaced, with a horizontal and a vertical one, which is what we've come to expect now, and closely match the previous jungle and frontier themed ones. Both are highly detailed, with seaweed, netting, barnacles and pressure gauges, and as per have the same number of slots as a large wood box. When looking at the colliders, draw colliders 1 in console if you're curious, admin only command, we can see that they are basically all the same, with the exception of the horizontal frontier one, which for some reason seems to be slightly taller than the others. Although visually the Abyss one just has the edge with the extra seaweed poking up. I don't need to remind you that everything is subject to change, of course, but I will anyway. As I say, these will be arriving in July at no extra cost for anyone who buys the Abyss pack or already has it. How kind. One of the biggest bodies of work going on right now is a rework to Scientist AI, and much like the Wolf rework that we had a few months ago, this one aims to make Rust's poor old scientists much brainier and less predictable. There are so many commits regarding this, but just to pull a few highlights out for you, there's a first pass on a scientist patrol, and patrols will react to loud gun sounds and explosions in the vicinity. There's also lots of work on cover and hiding behaviour. For instance, scientists will sometimes opt for repositioning and staying on the offensive instead of staying in cover when they don't need to reload. If they hear footsteps approaching while reloading, they'll hide somewhere else, and an audio cue is being added when scientists are surprised. They'll also apparently be able to rush you if they get a few good shots in with half bullet damage, but double accuracy. Cheeky. Not sure how long these changes will take to cook, although the wolf stuff did take a few months to come to fruition, so your guess is as good as mine at the moment. New lighting options, and being able to spawn at the outpost as well as campfires. But first, I have something to show you, because with Rust Mobile on the horizon, you're going to want the best hardware to run it on. This is Red Magic's new XS Pro, their latest monster gaming phone powered by the Snapdragon 8 Elite leading version processor, and with up to 24 gig of RAM and a whole terabyte of storage. I've been using Red Magic stuff for a couple of years now, and I'm always amazed at how good these phones look and perform, and the XS Pro is no exception. It's not just a cutting-edge phone, but also cuts through games like a lightsaber through an arm made of butter. You've got a 9.85-inch screen with 144Hz refresh rate, a completely sleek design with no camera bumps, and liquid metal cooling applied directly to the CPU, so it keeps everything chillier than ever before. In fact, it's made with extended sessions in mind, with a massive 7,050 mAh battery with 80-watt fast charging. What I love the most is how customizable it is too. Red Magic's inbuilt game space comes with a ton of plugins, unless you tailor your experience with features like an EQ, screen extraction, key remapping, and a resolution booster. The dynamic RGB lighting's fully customizable for calls, texts, charging, alarms, movies, and games. It comes with dual 50-megapixel cameras that can capture up to 8K video. It has 4D vibration feedback to add an extra tactile element to games, and 520Hz shoulder triggers, which can be fully personalized. There's so much more packed into this device, but don't just take my word for it. Find out more and get your hands on the Red Magic XS Pro now by following my link in the description and pinned comment below. Back to the video. And July's update looks like it'll be focusing on friends, partying up, and spawn changes mainly. And as shown over the last couple of weeks, soon you'll be able to assign lit campfires to friends for them to spawn at, much like with sleeping bags, with a few provisos, of course. And it seems like this is aimed more towards players joining their friends on a server for the first time, rather than a regular alternative to sleeping bags. For example, a recent commit shows that available campfire spawn options will not be shown to a player if they've placed any regular respawn points, bags, beds, etc. But something else intriguing is that I'm told the plan is to allow for spawning also at the compound, much like it is already in softcore mode. Unsure at the moment what restrictions there'll be on that, so don't get carried away, but do let me know your thoughts in the comments below, please. Also, I'm not sure whether this will just apply to the compound or if the bandit camp will also be available, but time will tell. In addition to this, as mentioned previously, the plan is to let players party up before getting into a server and then all join at once, spawning somewhere within a 100-meter radius of each other the first time they do so. Not sure yet if there'll be any restrictions to numbers with this, but from the yays and nays ratio, it might not be the most popular decision at the moment. It also looks like to go with this, there'll be a completely new menu, which is actually the thing getting the most commits right now. And as shown last week, here are a few images of how it will look, subject to change, of course. And in related news, mouse wheel keybind and combo support being added, along with wire slack keybinds in the new settings menu. Well, it's time to be alive. It also looks like July's DLC will be themed around interior decor and lighting, with a whole IKEA's worth of new options, including chandeliers with a configurable length, fairy lights, strip lights, fluorescent lights, and hanging lights. Also, as part of this, there's work on adding Manny the Mannequin for showing off / storing your attire, and potentially being a decoy, although I'm told he might not be getting added after all. Watch this space and I'll let you know. There were a lot of fixes and changes made over the last week that I'll just run through for you now in a completely random order. There was a fix for delivery drones, sometimes not making it to their destination, and adjustments to the single shelf pickup volume so it can be picked up when deployed above TCs, workbenches, etc. The F1 console no longer saves the quit command after it's entered, which prevents you loading the game up again and accidentally quitting because it was your last used command. The icon and text will always show when looking at a dropped item, regardless of the crosshair mode setting. Discord functionality is being enabled on Mac. The patrol helicopter ride height's being increased by 10 meters so it doesn't clip into jungle trees. There was a fix for player metabolism tick accuracy being affected by low server FPS. There are new open and closed sounds being added for all corpses, the junkyard crane, snowmobile and water well, among other things that were missing. And some changes to Peacekeeper turrets are coming, with turrets in Peacekeeper mode now waiting and displaying a warning before attacking a player if they draw a weapon, but they will attack immediately if a player is hostile. The team are also planning on adding volumetric clouds in July's update, I'm told, which I showed on the Auxo 2 branch a couple of months ago.
Oh, cool.
These were in the experimental options and changed the sky quite significantly without any particular performance issues
Cool.
that I could detect. They're also looking at updating, improving environment lighting volumes across all monuments, hot on the heels of this month's Spatially Aware Gentlemen's Club changes, which made dark volumes appear properly dark from the outside, being much fairer for everyone. Just a reminder that further afield there's a Pilot Hazmat DLC, which will include some kind of crashed pilot-themed Hazzy, along with an M15 pistol, presumably a reskin until I know better, and that is slated for August's patch. Could it look a bit like this, maybe? This is not official art, by the way. And then in October, as long as everything isn't too subject to change, the naval update should be arriving in port with an ocean full of new stuff, including boat building for players, scientist boat patrols, and floating cities, which are getting lots of new assets made for them at the moment, including security towers, mattresses, spotlights, hanging fish, arrow buckets and bullet containers, and bloody rags, to mention a few. How many of these floating cities will there be? Who will live there? And what might they sell you? If there's a new bandit-run shop, I just hope the team call it something like Sea Dog to counterbalance Airwolf. They can have that one from me for free. Also, I might just add that there are many, many secret branches being worked on with lots of secret commits, so probably a few surprises on the way too. Let me know what you think to all this down below, please. Right, you are now up to date. Leave a like and a sub. Check me out on my socials, including my Steam group, and you can support my work here via YouTube membership, super thanks, and on Patreon. I shall catch you all soon, but in the meantime, keep calm and stay rusty. Cheerio.
This was good. Thank you, Shadowfax, for the excellent content from a stream. I've linked sub to your channel. Oh, yeah, maybe I should get to work on. Come on, gaming, give me better stuff.
Nintendo reported that its opening day sales are the highest they've ever been for a console. If you didn't see it, there were queues forming for miles around the world to get the Nintendo Switch 2. There was also a picture of Boogie, for some reason, just sat in a deck chair. They have the right to shut down your Switch at any time. You just don't own the console anyway. You're like buying into it. By purchasing a Switch, you cannot sue them. I don't know how Nintendo do it, but they always seem to come
Thank you,
first
Pyro
place
Live. I'd like to
regarding
sub
the
to your
evil
channel.
Corporation Olympics. Nintendo, and I say this wholeheartedly, could hunt down the average consumer's family, exile them from their own country, firebomb the island that they got exiled to, and even then, the surviving family members would probably still happily pay $80 for a 5-year-old Switch game. They'll shut down competitions where their games are played, and they'll basically charge you $70 for some pieces of cardboard. Even all that being said, they have the most brand loyal consumers I have ever seen in my life, and that's one of the reasons why they'll still keep doing these business practices. Also, we've had a merch restock where you've got tees, caps, and hoodies all available in the link down in the description. Once they're gone, they are gone. And this pattern of behavior from Nintendo hasn't really stopped with the release of the Nintendo Switch 2. It looks like the first one, and it's got a 2 on the box. Now, to be fair, I know all the tech breakdowns. It has much greater processing power, which was basically one of the biggest criticisms levied against the original original Switch release, because as you know, most games would run some frames, maybe not a lot of frames, but there would be some frames. Now, I know so many people will cope now and they'll say, oh, well, you don't get it with the Switch. It's not as powerful as a $10,000 PC or a PS5 that I can watch Netflix on. I get that, okay? But here's one example that I love to bring up. Deadly Premonition. That was a game that came out originally on the Xbox 360. Janky, borderline unplayable, but still, because of how hilarious it was and the jank was kind of charming, it ended up getting a huge cult following because of that. And then they made Deadly Premonition 2 on the Switch. I think janky games can be really good sometimes, but if I'm riding on a skateboard outside and it is nearly dropping into single-digit frames, to me that's unplayable. Look at this, man, please. Like, I get it. It's meant to be a janky game, and that's hilarious. Look at the frames, man! This could be a PowerPoint presentation disguised as a video game. Look at the frame. It's about to hit 10. It's about to hit 10 frames. But moving away from like purposely janky titles, even some of their flagship stuff like Pokemon Violet and Scarlet, they ran pretty bad on release. But also, to be fair, in Nintendo's defense, they were developed by Game Freak. I don't know why Bethesda gets so much hate for like day one release of their games being unplayable, because it should so easily be Game Freak that takes at least second place there. But now there has been a little bit of drama surrounding the Switch 2, more around its pricing and also its EULA. Now, if you didn't see it, there were queues forming for miles around the world to get the Nintendo Switch 2. And the thing is as well, this is like physical queuing, and in kind of a nostalgic way, I really like this because if anything, it reminded me, because I'm such an old head now pushing 30. Oh my god, that's terrifying.
Let me sit you down and tell you a time when you didn't buy games on Steam Online, on the Microsoft Store. No, you queued up outside at midnight to purchase a game. Like, for example, GTA 5, the midnight release. And if you did it in the UK, people would wait outside to mug you for the game.
That was a real thing, by the way. Like, loads of people that actually ended up buying, like, GTA 4 and 5 and the midnight releases just got mugged afterwards. And that's one thing that Nintendo brought back, which I thought was really nostalgic. You know, that experience of queuing up again, of meeting other people. Oh, wait, no, never mind, because every single image you saw posted online were just people on their phones, not even talking to each other. I love current generation technology. There was also a picture of Boogie, for some reason, just sat in a deck chair. The queuing system apparently got so bad that places like Best Buy, they were actually giving out like tickets, like a ticketed system to get your Nintendo Switch 2. Now this sounds really stupid, but if anything, it was actually a good business model, because usually, are you going to buy a Switch 2? No. No, you're not. If you wake up and you're scrolling TikTok at 3 in the morning, you're probably a drop-shipping scumbag, and you were basically going to buy that Switch 2 just to be able to resell it to someone for 5 times the price. I don't like scalpers very much. I'm very sorry to say that. Very brave opinion. I don't like scalpers. It's like when you're scrolling reels or anything and you see, oh, this is how I earn 5 figures a month. And it's like, okay, so you bought something pre-existing and you just sold it for more money. Great. Great stuff. It's like when lockdown first happened in 2020 and you had people like, they were buying up hand sanitizers by the dozen just to like resell to people for 5 times the price. The only downside to this system is you look like a bit of a Nintendo simp because you're holding your special little card to get your Switch 2. It reminds me of that meme, like 2 tickets for book. Instead of book, it's the Switch 2. Now, the one thing I have never really understood is why people buy consoles on the day of release. Because usually these consoles are so overpriced. There obviously are a few exceptions. If you're making money off it yourself, like for example, if you're a scalping scumbag, or if you're like a YouTuber or a streamer, and obviously you're going to get paid and you're going to get views for talking about it, like for example, a hardware review channel, they actually have like a monetary incentive to get this product first. Also, heckin' relatable moment, but does anyone do that thing where like they buy like a new phone or a console or like a piece of like hardware and then they just immediately start looking up reviews of the product even though you already have it? God, you're stupid. I don't even do that. I tried to bait you out, by the way. It looks like it worked. The reason why I find it crazy that people buy consoles on the actual release is because usually that will be the most unstable a console will ever be and the highest price you can ever expect it to be in its lifetime. I kind of get it now, like things have changed because obviously, you know, back in the day, back in my day, the day of the PlayStation 1 was before your time. Obviously you'd buy the console. If you were lucky, they'd throw in a controller as well. But more importantly, you were paying full price for the actual games. But now we've got things like PlayStation Plus, Xbox Paw Pass, that kind of thing. Oh yeah, and on the Nintendo Switch you can rent GoldenEye, and if you stop paying the Blockbuster tax, they take it away from your account. Great stuff. And obviously as well with the Switch 2, there isn't that many games available at launch. Obviously, there is backwards compatibility as well, and that does resolve a lot of issues. I mean, usually you do want to be able to double dip in a sense, like invest in an old game on the Switch 1 and then be able to play it on the Switch 2 with hopefully a higher frame rate, better graphics. Now, I did mention earlier that sighting of Boogie. Someone basically put out a tweet saying, I thought I just saw Boogie in the queue at Best Buy, and then Boogie quote tweeted it by saying, I'm still out here playing video games with the fans. Love y'all. Very wholesome tweet. You only got 600 likes and you got 100k. Unlucky. And of course, because Twitter being Twitter, someone asked Grok, the Twitter AI, to for some reason add Bella Ramsey from The Last of Us into the picture. Why does Boogie look like he's melting in that? Now, for the Americans in the audience, which is a surprisingly large amount of you, Americans are apparently the biggest fans of this channel by far. I'm guessing because the UK audience that watch me, they probably have some kind of job. That or they're too busy watching Will and E and James Marriott. That's why my audience gender ratio is an absolute sausage fest. But anyways, to all the Americans out there, if you sunk $400 into your brand new Switch 2, Walmart would give you a drink and a snack. That being a tube of Pringles and a bottle of Coke. Not even Coke Zero, you degenerate. Now, they didn't actually advertise they were doing this, to be fair, because that would have been even more hilarious. But the claim was they wanted to have like a nice surprise for gamers for queuing up for so long. Although, to be fair, it doesn't really take a genius to realise that if you offered all of that stuff for free, the unwashed masses would arrive in droves. Walmart, I've got a really good one for you. How about you prank your employees by giving them like a livable wage? That'd be hilarious, right? And GameStop. Who can forget GameStop? We've got an equivalent to GameStop in the UK. It's called Game, and they just basically sell Funko Pops now. That's pretty much it. If any of you are watching this and you're like a UK old head, do you remember Game Station? Only the OGs remember Game Station. Now, GameStop did a massive fumble because they were using staplers to attach the receipts to the boxes of the Switch, which then led to some people purchasing their Switch and realizing they had a cracked screen before they even bought it. The thing is, if you bought a Switch 2, I'm genuinely happy for you. I can't hate on that. There is a lot of negativity in the world right now, and if you playing on that little piece of silicone actually gives you some kind of enjoyment, some gratification, more power to you. But unfortunately, if I see you in public transport or on the street, you will instantly remind me of this infamous image where a man's wife's boyfriend bought him a Nintendo Switch. And then it also reminds me of this guy singing My Life is Like a Video Game. My life is like a video game. Yes, I know the second one is ironic. I get that. After seeing the 50 Wojaks he had in his profile, I kind of gathered it was ironic. Now, there were some rumblings of a possible boycott against Nintendo for some questionable business practices and decisions. This was mostly concerning the price hikes of games because, again, as we all know, a game comes out, after about 3 years, maybe it drops in price. Nintendo will literally have a game that is like pushing 10 years old, and it will still somehow be at full retail price. Now, keep in mind, a lot of these boycotts that were organized
I have 760 cut pristine diamonds for some reason.
The strongest backbone in the internet community. Remember the blackout Reddit had? It lasted like 3 days a couple of years ago. But in 2011, the Nintendo 3DS struggled to sell because it cost around £250. Looking at the conversion website right now, that is 338 United States dollars. How many cheeseburgers can I buy with 338 USD? I love this, by the way. Thank you, Google AI. With $338, you can potentially buy a very large number of cheeseburgers. 45 cheeseburgers? $7 per cheeseburger. Where are you getting that from? Five Guys? 45 cheeseburgers. There's no way that's worth it. Now, after this boycott,
Five
Nintendo
Guys.
thought, okay, you know what? Fair enough. The Nintendo 3DS. It's a little bit expensive. We'll drop the price. Now, will that same boycott have an effect for the Nintendo Switch 2? No. No, it won't. And that's because Nintendo reported that its opening day sales are the highest they've ever been for a console. There's even some claims that the Switch 2 has actually sold 3 million units in the first 24 hours, which was triple the previous record holder, the PS4, because that only sold around 1 million units on launch day. Now, obviously, there are a lot of variables that change as well. There are more people that are kind of getting into gaming. It's not really a niche anymore. It's... Oh, I was about to say gaming is a lifestyle. Okay, I'm not going... No, I'm not... No. I nearly crossed that line. Nearly. Good God.
I do it all the time.
But for Nintendo, this isn't the only time the Switch 2 has gotten into controversy for questionable business practices. Just before the big release of the Switch 2, like I said earlier, they had this huge change with their EULA, or End User License Agreement. You know that thing when you buy a new game and it gives you, like, the entirety of Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix to read? You don't read it. You skip to the bottom, and then you press Start. Or you have to manually scroll through the text, which takes about 2 minutes, and then you press Start. No one reads it.
I'm using my right analog stick.
to holding that down, going all the way to the bottom of the terms and conditions.
Basically, from what I gather, UELAs are just, if we ruin your life and kill your parents, it's not our fault. But one of the things in the EULA was actually Nintendo saying that they have the right to shut down your Switch at any time. Because according to the EULA, if you modify your console or pirate games on it, Nintendo, if they find out, they can just remote brick your console, rendering it permanently unusable. It literally says it here. You acknowledge that if you fail to comply with the foregoing restrictions, Nintendo may render your Nintendo account services and or the appliance Nintendo device permanently unusable in whole or in part. So basically, unless you're a good little boy and you act within the guidelines of your beautiful £400 Nintendo Switch, Nintendo will basically just remote brick it. This goes for software and hardware as well. That's the concerning thing. So it's really obvious they're trying to stop people like jailbreaking their device or pirating games, you know, because you just bought something for 400 quid. Oh god, I can't wait to go out and spend another 60 quid to buy Legend of Zelda 5+ frames edition. But the point I'm trying to make is you could get your Switch modified. Let's say you go to a third party to like fix your screen or to fix some kind of internal piece that bricks and breaks because you don't want to buy a whole new Switch or pay some ridiculous price for Nintendo to cover it if they don't want to adhere to the warranty. Then they might think it's been altered and they brick it. I remember this huge push that was going around online for people to
they might think it's altered and they brick it.
Of games, so they own like a physical copy. And I've said this before, you will own nothing and you'll be happy because at this rate, Netflix, Sony, Microsoft, they can just remove like a show, a film or a game from their store. And no, you never owned it. You don't understand. You are just paying for our services. We chose to remove it. You can't keep it now. And obviously some old heads have thought to themselves, okay, I'm going to buy things physically now because, you know, if I have it physically, it's still going to run, right? That is unless it's like a, you know, online only game and they basically pulled the service.
Yeah, for 5 or 10 years and then it'll break. Maybe CDs, yeah.
Console anyway, if you're like buying into it.
No, the disc drive on your Xbox will break.
You shouldn't really be modding or jailbreaking your consoles. You're trying to go against the big multi-billion-dollar company? Shame on you. How could you? But the thing is, the way that I see it, if you bought the console, you own it. It's yours. Now, I'm not talking about like running hacks and stuff and going into online games and ruining other people's fun. Like, I'm not saying any of that. But like, I feel like if you bought this console for yourself, you should be able to do with it what you want. And I think really harsh and unfair business practices here, where like if you get a console modified, it might entirely shut down, is the reason why piracy, unfortunately today, is still so popular. God, I hope me saying piracy is bad. I really hope Nintendo watch this video and I get like 5 good boy points. Like, please give me a month of Nintendo Online, please. And also keep in mind as well, for a lot of games, what keeps them alive for years or even decades after is the modding community. But Nintendo, again, this is like something they actively hate because it's almost like they don't know how to make money off it, so they'd rather just shut it down entirely. I mean, this even goes as far as to like manually modify the storage on your Switch. You know, for example, if you wanted to add like an additional hard drive or something that wasn't licensed. It even says here, users may not bypass, modify, decrypt, defeat, tamper with, or otherwise circumvent any of the functions or protections of the Nintendo account services, including through the use of any hardware or software that would cause the Nintendo account services to operate.
Just get GeForce Now.
Documentation and intended use. They even added an anti-arbitration clause to their contract under Section 16. This arbitration provision precludes you and Nintendo from suing in court, having a trial by jury, or participating in a class action. You and Nintendo agree that the arbitration will be solely on an individual basis and not as a class arbitration, class action, or any other kind of representative proceeding. So to people that don't watch Legal, or they don't watch that lawyer guy that keeps coming up into their YouTube shorts, the guy that wears the suit, Nintendo are basically saying, by purchasing a Switch, you cannot sue them. You can sue them. Okay, you can sue them because unfortunately, like as much as Nintendo would probably like it, you can't really have a contract that says you just can't sue us. So they're trying to minimize it by saying you can only sue us as an individual. You cannot do a class action. You can't get a bunch of big lawyers and a bunch of people to come together with the same issue. You can only sue us as an individual person. No judge and no jury. Basically, making the ball in their court as much as humanly possible. Because keep in mind as well, having a jury for a lot of people, that's a saving grace, like it was for O.J. Simpson. Can we make that joke? Why am I looking over here like someone's there? Can we make that joke or not? I think we can make that joke. The thing is as well, suing big companies, especially as an individual, it's impossible because what they'll do is they'll hire the best lawyers known to man and they'll bury you in paperwork hoping to drain your lawyer out of money before they can even make any kind of case. But to be fair though as well, like if the jury was just full of like boomers, could you imagine? What's a Nintendo Switch? Opens up phone with leather case on it. I only have Candy Crush on my phone. It's really obvious what Nintendo wants to do here. If anyone has an issue or they find the way, that they're breaking the law. They basically want to bottleneck it so you deal with it outside of court. Also, Nintendo still holds the power to sue you, by the way. If they believe that you've infringed on their copyright or anything similar, they can actually take you to court. And if that happens, you'll have to travel to King County in the state of Washington, according to Section 18 of the UELA. I'm pretty sure the only reason they mention King County as the only viable place to sue you in court is probably because it sounds like King K. Rool. I actually still have the King K. Rool amiibo. I'm not sure why I have it, but I've still got it. Someone will timestamp now in the comments.
I know why you have it.
But again, if you have to go to Washington, if you're not a citizen, that's flights, visas, hotels, all your legal fees. You're basically going to be flat broke before you even get there. Now, there is a way to get out of it because a lot of governments look at this and go, this seems like you're basically cucking everyone into oblivion who buys your product. There has to be a way out of this, right? You know, for the common person. And there is. You can only get out of this EULA by sending Nintendo a handwritten, by the way, handwritten letter through the post 30 days after agreeing. And from looking at the UELA, there doesn't seem to be any other way to get out of it, you know, once other than you've sent that letter. And it's also on a time limit, and it has to be post, and it has to be handwritten. So the big question, though, is the Nintendo Switch worth it? They got Dust Bloods, which is basically Bloodborne 2, so yeah, go on then.
No.
I hate survival games. Like, I can't stand them. Welcome to the video. Don't worry, I don't want you thinking this is one of these videos where I'm going to explain my opinion on something. It's a lot more accessible. You start in Minecraft and you walk 2 minutes in one direction, you'll find a village and you have food, shelter, a bed. The whole first night and the survival aspect of it is gone. Now, I don't want to sit here and keep comparing it to Minecraft because they're completely different games. And I think it's unfair to Vintage Story's actual experience to compare it to, you know, the biggest game ever made. Like, Minecraft went away and showed, like, oh, indie games, the power of them, and expanded beyond anyone's imagination, you know, and managed to make a sandbox that you can enjoy no matter if you're a child or a fully grown adult. It's probably why Minecraft YouTubers love it so much. And Vintage Story isn't that at all. This game niched hard. This was like survival niched. Like, Vintage Story basically gives you that feeling where if you're not going to put in the work, you're not going to do very well. You know, when you boot up the game in like the menus, there is the quote at the bottom of the screen that's by Les Brown. It says, if you do what is easy, life will be hard, but if you do what's hard, life will be easy. And that really does sum up the entire experience of playing Vintage Story. I think it's very fitting. At the same time, I always think quotes like that are quite funny. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, I see you've just switched some words, you know. Is it really that deep? You know, it's like, you know, every poo's a pee, but not every pee's a poo. And it's funny because as I started playing the game and I wanted to get better, I went on YouTube looking for kind of like introduction guides, and I found this YouTube video. It's like an hour long and it's like your basic how to start the game. I'm like, sick, you know, it's like
maybe it's funny,
I
we'll
hate
watch
survival
it.
games. Like, I can't stand them. Welcome to the video. Don't worry, I don't want you thinking this is one of these videos where I'm going to explain my opinion on something and then try and convince you that you should have the same opinion because I'm right and you're wrong. No, I know I'm probably wrong here, but it's my opinion and I can't help the way I feel, okay? So let me just explain my thoughts and opinions on survival games, no matter how abrasive they are. Even if you want to punch me in the face, it's okay, but just let me say how I feel so you can understand where I'm coming from, okay? I just think for the most part, survival games seem to be these tedious, monotonous, boring task games that you just keep doing the same thing over and over again with no real payoff.
No. No. No.
Like, the payoff is that your character doesn't die so that you can then keep on doing the monotonous task day after day. Yippee! With really annoying and silly mechanics, you know, like, I hate being in the middle of something, like I'm doing something really dangerous, so there's enemies about, and suddenly my character just really needs a snack. Or that gameplay loop that a lot of them have where it's like, find thing A, and then find thing B, and then put them together to make thing C, and now you can now pick up thing D to go and collect thing E. It's a pain in the arse. And then all the while I'm constantly checking on my character as if it's a toddler, like, do you need to go to the toilet? Are you sure?
No, fuck off.
Okay. And some of them take it really far. Like, you know, games that will have like a shitting and pissing mechanic. You're like, who the fuck is this for? Most of the time when I play a survival game, what happens is I start the game, and once I get to the point of building like a base or having like the basics down, I can kind of survive. I immediately lose interest and I don't care anymore. I've done what I needed to do. Like the open-endedness of a lot of them and the fact that I have to give myself motivation to care, which maybe says more about my own drive. Yeah, it makes me wonder if maybe if I had some drive, I wouldn't be sat here talking to a camera about games. But anyway, that's not what the video's about, so we'll move on. And what's even worse is when I play survival games with like friends, because I know one of my friends who's like unemployed or something is just going to spend the next few weeks just making it their narrow interest. So anytime I log on, they'll have done everything that needs to be done. So there's no fucking reason for me to do anything. So saying all that, Vintage Story, this game that is a very intense, obtuse survival game, which is the exact epitome of everything I've just talked about and asks for so much time and thoughtfulness from its players, has managed to change my entire mind on the whole genre of survival games. So one night I'm sat rotting on YouTube just watching video essays, scrolling through my phone, and this video by Fluffy comes up on the game Vintage Story. And I watched this video and I thought, wow, this game is like a checklist of every single thing I hate about the survival game genre. I have to play it. It was kind of like the game was mocking me. It was like, you will never play.
He's very funny.
Can play. You will never play this. So that's what I did. I went and immediately bought it and jumped in. Yeah, I guess we're all just like one really good video essay away from changing our entire outlooks on life. That's what I've learned. So for those that are unaware of what Vintage Story is a sandbox survival game, and it's a game that might look eerily familiar to you, where you the player go away and craft your own story. But the visuals and the fact that you're breaking blocks should kind of be where the comparisons to Minecraft end, because actually playing this game and saying it plays anything like Minecraft is like comparing Santa to your sex life, because, you know, neither exist. But it's hard not to compare it, because this game started out as like a Minecraft mod. It took the basic groundwork of Minecraft to create this, but I promise you that it's not just a shitty clone that it looks like, okay? I promise. Essentially, you start off in like the Stone Age, you're picking up rocks and sticks off the ground, smashing them together to make tools to then form your base, and you'll essentially work your way through different ages. You know, you'll go from like the basic survivalist, just trying to like hunt food, to then tanning your own leather and creating like basically your own blacksmith workshop. Now, I've not actually made it that far in the game. Get off my back, okay? The Stone Age lasted like 3 million years. I have 20-something hours, okay? Rome wasn't built in a fucking day. Get off my back. Like, this is the type of game where if you want to jump in blind, you better have like a degree in agriculture. Because for me, playing it has been like 40% of the time I'm actually playing the game, and then 60% of the time I'm like Googling what I'm meant to be doing because I have no idea. But as far as a survival game, it has a lot of cool stuff going on. You know, like based on where you are on the map, the weather can be completely different. Like you could be stood somewhere and it not be raining, and then like 10 blocks away from you it can be pouring with rain. Like the world has different types of soil, and that will greatly impact like your crop. There's seasons, like the game has an actual time thing, so winter is coming and it's going to fucking ruin your life. I swear to God, it's going to ruin your life. It sucks. Your food spoils over time, so you need to then figure out a way of keeping your food good and making like a storage underground so it keeps cool. Nutrition, you actually have to keep a somewhat balanced diet. You can't just eat bread and watermelon every single day, which is really hard, you know, because I'm a carbivore. I'm keeping that joke in, fuck you. The thing about this game is if you play it and then you go back to Minecraft, it kind of makes Minecraft feel like painting by numbers, and this feels kind of like if you're having to paint the Sistine Chapel, but you actually don't know anything about the Bible. You're just having to make it up as you go. I just want you to know that while I was trying to come up with this video, I thought it was the 16th chapel, because I thought there was like 16.
Sistine.
Yeah, essentially this game takes everything
Sistine.
up a notch, you know?
Sistine.
I wanted to show an example of what I mean so people that have never played this game can understand just how laborious and tedious this game can be, but why that's also great. So for example, let's look at wooden planks. So in Minecraft, if you want wooden planks to like build a house out of, all you do is you start up the game, you walk up to any tree, and then you punch the tree until the log comes out. You take the log and you put it into your little inventory crafting thing, and suddenly you have wooden planks. Ta-da! In Vintage Story, if you want planks, first I'll need to make an axe. because I can't punch a tree down. I'm not the Hulk. So I have to gather up like little rocks, like flint and sticks, and then I have to knock the shape of the axe head out of that, and then to make the axe head I have to attach it to a stick to have an axe. Okay, cool, we have that. So then I'll need to go and chop down some trees to gather my logs. Cool, I go do that, I have my logs. Now I'm gonna need a saw if I want to make planks. To make a saw, well, first I will need to find copper, because I need to make a saw, you need to make it out of copper. But first I have to go find clay, because I'm going to have to make some molds of stuff. So I need to go find clay so I can make a crucible, so I can put the ore in and smelt it down, you know. So I go away and I get some clay and I make my molds for a pickaxe, for a crucible, and a hammer, because I'm going to need that to hammer the metal. But obviously the clay hasn't set, so I need to then make a hole in the ground and put my molds in it and cook them for about a day or so before they can be hard molds, you know, so you can use them. So then I'm going to put my ore in my crucible and I'm going to smelt it. Oh, but wait, the fire I've made isn't going to work because, you know, firewood doesn't burn at high enough temperature. Obviously. So what I'm going to need to do is make charcoal. So I'm going to have to gather loads and loads of wood and chop up and then put it in a pit in the ground and then cook that for about a day or so to make charcoal, so I can then use that, obviously. So then I put my copper in the crucible and I cook it on the charcoal and I smelt it down to the liquid and I go to pick it up and I burn my hand, obviously, because you need tongs. Of course, you can't just pick that up. That's 1,000,000,000 degrees. You'll burn your wee fingies. Watch out. Okay, so then I pour out my mold. I can make a pickaxe and I can go get ore. And if I'm a fucking nerd, I can make a prospecting pick that then helps me locate the sources. I'm not a nerd, right? I just dig, okay? Like a chad, like a sigma. Oh no. No. So I go away and I spend a lot of time digging up lots and lots of ore. Now I need to also go away and gather even more clay because I'm going to need to create my own anvil out of clay. And then I need to make a forge out of like rocks and stuff. And then I need to make some molds to make some ingots, so then I can then form some copper ingots by smelting them down. And then I can use those ingots on my anvil to then hammer out the shape of a saw that then I can use with some sticks to make a saw. And now I can turn my logs that I got at the start of the game into wooden planks. And that took 4 to 6 hours of gameplay. Oh, just be out, it's a journey, okay? I also want you to know that I did all that while using like YouTube tutorials and wikis. Like, that wasn't just off the cuff, so that probably would take a lot longer if you were just like trying to raw dog it. Yeah, this game asks a lot. So I want to talk about the first night in Vintage Story. So I might have been very naive, so I watched that video essay and I just jumped in. I was like, well, this is just Minecraft's Prepare to Die edition. Like, how hard can it be? I'm a bit of a veteran of Minecraft, you know? How hard can that be? So I made my little guy with his little harmonica voice. My guy is Bob Dylan. And I spawned in this rainy like field and I was like, oh my god, right, trying to find my bearings. And then all of a sudden I see this thing and I go, I'm just gonna fucking pretend I didn't see that because that's horrifying looking. And I'm just fumbling my way around trying to figure out what I'm meant to do. The game's trying to give me hints. It's like, hey, try napping. I'm like, bro, I'm not even tired. So after spending like half an hour just trying to figure out what I was meant to do, now my character is starving to death. Great. I finally managed to figure out how to make a spear, and I'm like, cool, I see a wee lake, I'll go there and I'll try catch some fish. So I'm trying to catch some fish. And then it's starting to get dark, so I'm like, I'll quickly make a fire. I then have to look up a YouTube tutorial to make the fire, because I don't know how to do that. By this point, it's pitch black. It's not even pitch black, actually. It's pitch nothing. I can't see a goddamn thing. This game is so dark. So now I'm shitting myself because I don't actually know what any of the enemy types in this game look like, and I just saw that freak, so I don't know what's coming at me. My character is literally slowly dying from hunger, and I'm just huddled around this fire with my spear, scared out of my goddamn mind. I'm both physically and metaphorically in the dark. And it was in this horrifying moment that I thought, wow, this game's kind of sick. Because it kind of reminds me of that feeling you had very early on in Minecraft of the first night, where it was actually kind of a threat. You know, you had to immediately start trying to figure out what you were doing because the threat of danger was on the way. Close the door! Close the goddamn door! Yeah. You don't have that now because Minecraft's changed the way it is. It's a lot more accessible. You start in Minecraft and you walk 2 minutes in one direction, you'll find a village and you have food, shelter, a bed. The whole first night and the survival aspect of it is gone. Now, I don't want to sit here and keep comparing it to Minecraft because they're completely different games. And I think it's unfair to Vintage Story's actual experience to compare it to, you know, the biggest game ever made. Like, Minecraft went away and showed like, oh, indie games, the power of them, and expanded beyond anyone's imagination, you know, and managed to make a sandbox that you can enjoy no matter if you're a child or a fully grown adult. That's probably why Minecraft YouTubers love it so much. And Vintage Story isn't that at all. This game niched hard. This was like survival niched. Like, Vintage Story basically gives you that feeling where if you're not going to put in the work, you're not going to do very well. You know, when you boot up the game in like the menus, there is the quote at the bottom of the screen that's by Les Brown that says, if you do what is easy, life will be hard, but if you do what's hard, life will be easy. And that really does sum up the entire experience of playing Vintage Story. I think it's very fitting. At the same time, I always think quotes like that are quite funny. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, you've just switched some words, you know. Is it really that deep? You know, it's like, you know, every poo's a pea, but not every pea's a poo. Ooh. And it's funny because as I started playing the game and I wanted to get better, I went on YouTube looking for kind of like introduction guides, and I found this YouTube video. It's like an hour long, and it's like your basic how to start the game. Like, sick, you know. It's like get yourself a pickaxe, cool. Ores, okay, I get you, cool. Saw, so you can make loads of stuff. Everything's opening up, and then he just immediately goes to like building his own automated windmill. Uses the power of wind to break up his like wheat, and I'm like, you were just teaching me my times tables, and now it's like, here's Pythagoras theorem, bro.
To change direction, attach an angled gear to the end of the shaft.
I'm getting like a weird feeling in my balls.
The really cool thing about Vintage Story though is the game has like 4 kind of set difficulties at the start, but then you can customize every single aspect of the game to your liking, which is great because after my first save, I went and made a new one, and the first thing I changed was the hunger rate, because if you don't, your guy's like Michael Phelps. Like, this guy needs like 5,000 calories a day, and I can't sustain that. I'm just trying to play the game. The game really does not treat you like an idiot. In fact, it might give you a bit too much credit, especially me. This game had way too much faith in my abilities to survive. But like, it's so awesome. Like, very early in the game, I came across a fox, and I had a spear, and I was like, I'll just kill that fox. And then the fox almost killed me. I was like, oh, the wild animal with sharp teeth can bite back? Oh, right, sick. And God forbid you see a bear. If you're hitting a bit and you see a bear, run. Oh fuck, he's still there. Go, 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 go. Oh, just fucking leave me alone. Run, go. Barry Allen, come on. Surely he's not gonna get me through here. Surely. Are you Pharrell Williams right now? Because obviously I was playing this and I had Minecraft brain, so I'm just like, yeah, everything I see, yeah, I'm just gonna knock that down and I'll be able to do that. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, I've got it. I know what I'm doing here. Then you'll be like, it's not working, and you'll look up how to do it and the game immediately humbles you and you'll be like, oh, that's like a 20-step thing. Oh, right, shit. And especially the actual mining in this game, the happy-go-lucky spelunking that you do in Minecraft couldn't be any more different than the experience here. Caves are utterly horrifying because your torches burn out. Like, darkness is complete darkness. Like, you cannot see a thing, and the average enemy will just tank you. You're actually far better being a giant nerd and getting a prospecting pick. As much as it pains me to say, like, you kind of got to be a bit of a nerd, you know? Gathering data. Oh, look at you loser. What are you doing? A means test? You loser. It's hard for me to explain why this game feels so different to me than most survival games, but I think it comes down to the kind of tactileness of the game, if you get me. Like, the hands-on creation of everything around you. It's very step by step, and every process takes like time and thoughtfulness from you to create the thing you're after. Like, nothing is just handed to you. It's like a very tentative process where you have to gather the items and then use those said items to then make something with that, and it's very much like hands-on. It feels like I'm actually doing something. Like, I'm putting in the effort and I'm seeing the actual reward in real time. It's incredibly satisfying to play. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a bunch of things at the game that I'm not going to sit here and glaze that I actually don't think are that good. Like, I was playing the game one day and suddenly I thought my like GPU was melting. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then this happened, which I completely forgot was in the game. Alright. Like, there's this whole other reality kind of concept, like Silent Hill. Essentially, in the world, there's areas that are like much more unstable than other ones, and you slowly lose your mind, and you can then see this. And then you get these storms like once a week where these enemies will appear and stuff. And when this first happened, I was like, this is the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen in a game. What is that? Oh my god. And then 30 seconds later, I immediately was like, this is really annoying, and I want it to stop. I'm not having fun anymore. Like, I think it's a really cool idea in writing, if you get me. But the moment I actually started started playing it, I just felt kind of like nauseating, and I was like, oh, this is annoying. And I immediately felt like I was playing those survival games that just pissed me off, where I'm just like, oh, right, okay, here's some random trivial shit to get in the way of what I'm doing. And then what happened was I realised, like, the area I'd built my house was on a really bad temporal stability area, so this was going to keep happening. So I was like, shit, I'm going to have to move. I was kind of planning to move anyway, but I had to do it then. So I then travelled for so long to find a spot that I was really happy with, and then I had to tediously go back and forth moving all my important shit because I wasn't starting again. And then I got to the new place, and then I looked it up and realised that this was going to keep happening regardless. Eventually something was going to happen. So I just used a console command to turn that whole aspect of the game off. I can already see the comments being like, skill issue, idiot. It's actually very important to the lore of the game. You can't do that. Well, I did that. That's what I did. I turned it off. I did that because I can, and I will. Play the game the way you want to play it, okay? And I hate this stuff, so I'm just going to be a wee survivalist without the whole end of the world thing going on. This game also has like an insane amount of lore behind it. It's what I refer to as roll your eyes lore, you know, because it's like you'll find stuff in the world and you're like, oh, there's something going on here, and then you'll go on YouTube and type in like Vintage Story lore, and a video will come up and it'll be like back in 1412, and you'll suddenly be like, right, aye, is that right? Sure, cool. Aye, how the fuck was I meant to piece that together? Shut up. Yes, like, you know, you start watching a video on YouTube and like less than a minute and you know what, I actually don't care. So why am I watching this? What a waste of time. Whilst on the subject of things I don't like, okay, is the name. Vintage Story, that was the best you could come up with. I hate that name. It's so bad. It was a choice, I'll give them that. Imagine when they made Minecraft, they were like, how about Blocky Tales? And everyone was like, that's a great name. That's the best we're gonna come up with. You know, awful. You know, like Vintage Story was the best they could come up with. Vintage Story. I've been telling people recently that I've been playing this game, and the moment you're like, oh, I've been playing Vintage Story, they're like, goofy ass name is that? If it was me, I would have called the game like Ages, you know, because you go through the different ages. Like, I know that's a shite name, but I think that's way better than Vintage Story. What are you playing? I'm playing Ages. Oh, is that the game where you work your way through the ages? Yes. Anything's better than fucking Vintage Story, okay? So, even though this game is the exact epitome of everything I moaned about when I talk about how much I hate survival games, you know, hunger, tedious fetching of things, inventory management. But this game feels different. Instead of the collectathon where it's go get 20 logs and this opaque thing will show you where your base is going to go. There's like thoughtfulness behind every mechanic. Like, yeah, I went and got all these resources, but I actually don't know how to make the thing, and I need to sit down and figure out, and then I'm going to meticulously make it by hand. And before I knew it, with all these little mechanics, I was suddenly having fun, which is something I don't usually do in these types of games. And I became somewhat attached to my things. This is my house on my current save. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. An adult man made this. Stop laughing. Stop laughing at me. But like, every single bit of this house was handcrafted by me. Every tool inside there was made by me, and every single thing in here has a little story behind it of me having to go and gather all the stuff and create it, and all the fuck-ups behind it to get to this point. So yeah, I care, so stop laughing at it. A lot of survival games experience it is just like, collect this certain number of this thing and then you will get this thing. And I'm kind of like, I don't care. But it's like, no, not here, I made this. I made this by hand, okay? Slowly. I am the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel, okay? So for me personally, this game's been really cool because it's been like a bit of a detox. I have a mobile phone, obviously, and I have apps on my phone. And I now have an app on my phone that stops me from using other apps on my phone for too long. And saying that out loud is the saddest thing I've ever said. I'm a grown man that needs to be told when time's up. Okay, go to bed. Stop it. Because I've recently found, like, at the end of the day, I will sit down and I'll put on YouTube, and I'll also look at my phone, and I'll just not really watch anything of value. I'll just put things on the background and I'll scroll through my phone, and before I know it, it's like 2 in the morning and I've achieved nothing, and I feel like a loser. I feel like a loser. So instead of spending hours at night just watching brain rot on my phone, I'm now spending hours making sure that my fake house is maintained and my fake crops are growing very well. I've also realised that I've been being a bit shitty in my day-to-day life. There's no worse person in the world where you explain that you're doing something or you have an interest in something, and instead of just being like, oh cool, they'll be like, why would you do that? It's terrible. Or, oh, that sounds boring. Why would you? You know, people that immediately, instead of just saying they don't like something, will shoot it down and then try and make you feel shitty about something. And I realise I've been kind of doing that a wee bit. Like, I'll just be a bit moody and mopey. I'm trying to stop doing that. And I think when I saw this game come up, I thought this would be a cool wee experiment to see if I can take something that usually I would just brush off and be like, that's shite, why would anyone want to play that? and actually give it a go, and put my money where my mouth is and experience it and be a bit more open-minded. I know it's a game, right? I know this is really trivial, but I thought it was like a mundane example I could use. So instead of sitting on my phone every night and watching 100 videos of Pedro Pascal being adorable, I'm now, playing a game, and I think it's benefited me a lot. I now know how to make charcoal. I didn't know that before. And I now know how to store my food for the winter. So, win-win. It's a very weird feeling to get something, you know what I mean? To think you would never enjoy something and then suddenly try it and then you get it, like the switch is flipped, you're like, oh, this is what everyone's been talking about. To look at something and have like strong feelings about it before you actually tried it, and that's something I do a lot, and I'm very judgy, and I'm a bit of an arsehole. And then to go from that to then trying the thing and kind of getting swept up in it and suddenly enjoying it, even though you never thought you would. And there's no real ending or goal, like there's stuff you can do, there's lore, but I just started to find kind of joy and fulfillment in just the step-by-step process of each little task. And I feel like a lot of games I've played recently don't give me that feeling where it feels like I actually am thinking while playing, instead of just switching off. And although I'm just making silly wee tools in a game and it's not real life, it feels a lot better than sitting every night on my phone for hours and achieving nothing. And it's made the few hours I play a night feel like actual time well spent instead of just wasting my time. So it turns out that blindly hating things that you actually know nothing about is a bit silly, and you shouldn't really do it. I guess that's the lesson here, that if you look at something and think you hate it without actually knowing anything about it, you should jump in the deep end, dive right in, Like, oh, I hate metal music. Well, go to Download Festival, get yourself a tent, stay the weekend. Like, I hate the cold weather. Well, book a flight, go to Greenland, stay there for a week or so. I'm not a fan of the gays. You should suck every single dick you see. Maybe that's a bit of an extreme example, but you get what I'm saying, right? But like, stop talking shit and get yourself out amongst the weeds. Because if you do that, then if you try the thing and then you end up hating it, then, well, at least you know? Anyway, cheers for watching my video. Thank you very much.
It was good.
Right, I'm about to get soppy for a second. Just let me, don't you dare, let me. Now I know if you don't know what you're looking at here, you've probably got some questions. Questions like, hey man, what the f***? Or even, hey man, no seriously, what the f***? Like, this game looks like the visual equivalent of hitting your funny bone with a grenade. But I promise you that this game right here is great, and it plays smoother than spreading butter on a hot bagel. And I think that if you have not experienced it and you're willing to give it a chance, it could be one of your favourite games. Hell, maybe after a few hours of playing it, you'll have new questions, kind of like, hey man, what the f***? This little game here is called Cruelty Squad, and for most people when they first see it, including myself, they go, ooh, what the f*** is that? And then I start playing it, and then at one point I realised that I was in the casino level, and I was fishing in the lake in the casino, trying to get a rare fish that's worth $1 million, so I could rest in a house. And I was playing that, and I realised I'd spent like 20 minutes doing that, even though the music in the background was this. And I thought, I need to go outside. And don't worry, I'm aware that nothing I just said there made any fucking sense. I'm completely aware of that. So I'd like to just talk about this game and tell you why I think it's so good and why I love it. Even though going in, I was the type of person that was like, I'm never going to play like this. Because the way people talk about it, it's the same vein as like, if you ever met someone that listens to Death Grips and you don't, the way they talk about Death Grips makes it so unappealing to listen to. You've not heard of Death? Oh my god, if you listen to Death Grips, you're gonna shit, and you're gonna shake, and then you're gonna piss yourself, and then you're gonna come. That doesn't make me want to listen to it. Because at the end of the day, Cruelty Squad, the game, is actually very simple, like gameplay-wise. A lot of people describe it as if Hitman mixed with Deus Ex, then like sprinkle like the speed running on top of it.
Oh my god, Daddy!
There's much more to that, but if you break it down to the most basic level, yeah, you're kind of like Hitman and you go into missions and you kill people. There was a moment in one of the first missions where I was like, I love this game. You go to kill a target and you go into his house, and I went up to his room, and in his room, all the walls are just Funko Pops, made of Funko Pops, and then you speak to this guy that you're about to kill, and he's just really excited to show you his extensive collection of Funko Pops. Then I did what anyone would do. and I blew his head clean off his shoulder. Because that's what we should do with people that own Funko Pops. I don't really mean it. I'm sorry, I'm really aggressive. I had a can of white before I recorded this. I'm fueled up, baby. So on Steam, Cruelty Squad described itself as an immersive power fantasy simulator. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. From the satisfying explosion of a headshot to the way your gun muffles slowly over time as ammo depletes, it's just satisfying to play. The basics are you're dropped in a mission with targets to kill, you do that any way you wish, and then you get the hell out as quickly as possible. And when I started playing this game, I was not having a good time. You know when you throw a brick in a washing machine? I was getting rattled. Like, if you want to reload your gun, you have to hit down the right mouse button and then cock the mouse like a goddamn shotgun. You get used to it. The first few hours, I felt like the game was taking the piss out of me. I was like, how the fuck am I meant to know what's going on? What is happening? Oh wait, the toilet, if you shoot the toilet, it becomes a chemical. Right, okay, sick. Okay, the fall damage is immense. Jesus Christ. You get a car. But even though I was kind of struggling, I held on because I was having a good time. I'd get further in the level without losing as much health. And then